Vegas, Vegas.
Wait, can you hear me?
We're good.
We're good?
Yep.
All right, well, welcome everybody. Good morning. It was good seeing several of you at VRC for breakfast before, which was great. Just want to take a quick minute and do a couple things since we're all together here this morning. I welcomed them before, but I do want to welcome our new board members, Quentin Elliott. Who else we got here at the table? Clifford Foster and Bill Janis, who have already jumped 2 feet first into it and have had 2 busy days on post and have already all contributed in a meaningful way. So just really thrilled to have you back. Thrilled to have Kate Todd reappointed. I'd also like to take a moment and just on behalf of the board, offer a special thanks to Tom Watson, who has served on this board as long as anybody. And
It shows.
and has completed 3 years of service as our board president. And Tom, I just want to say thank you for your great service and your continued service on the executive committee. It's very helpful to me.
Thank you, John.
Yep. We've made some changes, obviously, and of course, we have our first class president, Cadet Chapman, who has also been quite engaged in the committee meetings and help. So great to have you with us.
Thanks, sir.
We've got the new format. I think it's going generally well. I'll say on the record, because I've said it to all of them individually. One of the things I want us to do is for our committee chairs to really focus on what is most important for the board to hear during their reports, so we can be as efficient and as possible. With that, I believe I will turn it over to you.
Okay, morning, Mr. President, good morning, board members. Welcome back to day 2 of this first session of the BOD. Normally during this time of the year, what we do is we give you an opportunity to meet some of this year's leadership. And so we're going to do that right now by introducing the Regimental Commander, First Class President, President. And then we have a couple of other guests, visitors that I'd like you all to meet as well. But first up, the Regimental Commander, Cadet Brian Pritchard. He is from Thornton, Colorado. He's an English major. Graduated from the Maritime Military Academy before coming to VMI, looking to commission in the United States Marine Corps. And so he has a few words for you to just talk about a little bit about himself and what he said for the goals of the Corps as the first captain. So, Brian.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen, morning board. So, about myself, there's not a whole lot. I'm through military school since I was 13, and here I am, 8th year. Kind of my goals for this year. In previous years, something I've noticed while I've been here is old Corps rankers not really being involved. I know on the committee I spoke on yesterday, we had a pretty big idea on how to get them involved, and that's something we're working towards right now. So as of right now, they're still kind of where they were. Some of them are involved, but that's on their own choice. But towards the end of the year, we're hoping to have them all engage with the rat line and engage with the Corps and actually make them feel like they have a role in the Corps because they do hold rank and they do have responsibilities.
Good. Yes, sir. All right.
Thank you.
And then as with every class, we have a class president that's voted in by the class on completion of breakout activities in the year activities of the rat line. And so the first class president for the class of 25 is Noah Chapman. He's from Virginia Beach. He's an international studies major. He's also a transfer student who, interestingly enough, majored in music education at Old Dominion University. So, no, thank you, sir.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Morning, board visitors. I think most of y'all have met me in this room. Thankfully, I've had a few opportunities to speak to most of you, and that's really awesome. It's very humbling, and it's an honor to be the leader of the Corps and the leader of my class, and also to be in this room and hear the privileged information that I can bring back to the Corps. And really, the information that I've learned for the past couple of days is one of my main missions to bring back to people and keep them informed with reliable information. A lot of people do seek information. As you can see, the Cadet newspaper is in front of you guys right now, and they're taking a new route with things. They really want to get to the truth of the matter rather than things being a battle between cadets and the SUP staff or cadets and the commandant staff. We all need to work together so we can preserve VMI for what it is. And that's we all want, like Colonel Gibson said yesterday, we have a desire to do what's best for VMI, and my leadership and myself, we definitely have that drive and that goal. A little bit about myself. Like Major General Wynn said, I'm a transfer student. I wasn't planning on coming to VMI, but everything came full circle for me. My brother's actually my grand dyke, class of 19. His reunion is this weekend, and I've known my dyke since middle school. So it means a lot to me to be at VMI right now to make those people proud in my life. Do you guys have any questions about the first class leadership or about the class system in general? All right, well, I really appreciate you guys' time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tell them you're also the drum major.
Oh,
I just think that's-
I'm also a huge band geek. I'm the drum major of the band, and I drill with the 380th Army Reserve Band as well.
Next up is the Honor Corps President, and so just to let you know, every year with each change in leadership, I routinely meet with these three leaders just to talk about temperature of the Corps, the pulse of the Corps, things I'm seeing, things that they're seeing, just so that as we navigate the year, there is good communication and good understanding of expectations, of course. So I also meet with the Audit Corps members twice a year. I've already had one meeting with them. I'll meet with the Corps leaders here probably later this week, if not next week. But Mr. Alberti is the Honor Corps President. Again, another position elected by the Corps, the class. He's from Chancellorsville, Virginia, and is also an international studies major. He's first generation college student and looking to commission in the United States Marine Corps.
Morning, sir. Good morning, board. Again, Elijah Alberti, Chancellorsville area, Spotsylvania. Like you said, I'm the first person in my family to go to college, and just being around VMI in Virginia in general, that's kind of what led me to go here. And I'm going to pursue a commission in the Marine Corps is the main reason for school in general. But I want to give you guys a brief overview of what the Honor Corps has been up to since we came back this year. So every year it starts off with the matriculants. We got a lot of FaceTime with the rats early on after our introduction. FaceTime is in the up on stoop talking to the rats about the honor system. It involves a lot of things that we're talking a lot about, the in-depth honor stuff, but also give them the why system. And I think that's something I can speak to in general, is that as much as VMI changes, the honor code is made literally the same as when you're all here. And heard a lot of advice about this, and we're taking it all in, but we're trying to take the why for why this matters, why the tenets of honesty and integrity matter to the outside world, right? Careers you've all worked in. We're trying to put that into the rats' heads, let that ball rolling. So early year, about right now, it's a lot of focus on the rats, and as we go on throughout the year, we'll continue to train the old Corps and retrain on just kind of how our honor system works. But I can assure you that just the same as it's always been, and the pride and the code, and the Honor Corps is still up doing their job. Be happy to field any questions if you guys have.
Great job.
Thank you.
And next, I just want to introduce the co-presidents of the Parents Council. Since I returned, when I was a cadet, we didn't have a Parents Council. And oftentimes, year to year, you see the amount of involvement that parents take in the lives of their cadets, starting from the rat line and throughout their cadetship, and how much pride they convey to other family members about the experiences of their rat. And so it's always helpful to have a group that's established as the Parents Council to be a good means of communication back to parents, a means of communication to get feedback from parents about things that they are either hearing, things that are being reported to them, and issues of concern so that we can address them and or communicate a better message. And so this year's co-presidents are actually the parents of our first class president, Noah Chapman, Mr. Sam and Mrs. Wendy Chapman, and they're from Virginia.
The added pressure you had, but no idea. They're extremely qualified. They've done this for 10 years.
It wasn't rigged. I'm not quite the extemporaneous speaker that my son is, so I wrote down a little bit. Good morning, President Adams, Major General Wins, distinguished members and guests. Thank you for inviting my wife and I to speak today on behalf of the Parents Council. My name is Sam Chapman. This is my wife, Wendy. We have two sons who are currently attending VMI. Josh, who graduated in 2019, commissioned in the Army and is a captain in the Air Defense Artillery at Fort Sill, Oklahoma. Our other son, as many of you may already know, is Noah, and he is first class president and drum major. Pretty proud.
You should be.
We're honored to be here to tell you about many ways that Parents Council helps VMI cadets, rats, and their families. Starting early summer, we restructured the Parents Council to be more organized, improve communication between members and committees and VMI, and establish a mission to build bridges with VMI. The Parents Council collaborated with the Alumni Association, working hand in hand with Brandon Bissell for members of the Parents Council to attend the RAT send-offs at many alumni chapters before matriculation. We were able to speak to parents of pre-matriculants and answer questions while calming nerves before they set off on their adventure to VMI. We opened the floodgates to pre-matriculant parents by offering our encouragement, wisdom, and experience on the RAT Mass Facebook page. It's quite the page. On August 16th, we successfully hosted over 800 guests, including parents, pre-matriculants, and family members at the Parents Council Pre-Matriculation Social. The next day, 70 enthusiastic volunteers started at 7 a.m. setting up their stations throughout posts. We were like Starbucks, one on every corner, ready to direct and answer questions along the yellow line heading to barracks. Providing this manpower before and during matriculation saved VMI over $10,000 in labor for this major event, not to mention the countless hours that go into planning, traveling, and donating thousands of dollars of their own money to fund these events, all in the name of our love for VMI. Since matriculation, the Parents Council continued to provide their volunteering expertise with feeding cadets and rats at VMI home football games, hosting receptions at fall and spring open houses to encourage potential VMI candidates. Early spring, the Parents Council helps admissions with calling VMI recruits to answer questions about VMI and to encourage young adults to make the final step towards a life not the ordinary college student has, but an extraordinary future. We continue to look for opportunities to engage with VMI cadets and parents, the VMI Alumni Foundation, board of visitors, and staff to provide an information for achieving excellence in the VMI experience. Thank you again for inviting the Parents Council to speak.
Is there anything we can do for you all?
But thank you for asking.
You gonna cry when it's over?
Probably, we don't have any more children.
Thank you all. Thank you all very much for everything.
Thank you.
Turn it back over to you.
Yeah, we have the VMI alumni agency report. Mr. President.
For those folks of you who are in finance, I have two reports, so just sit down a little. On my slide deck now, for only kid. I'll start out with, again, a little bit of history. A little bit from Keith Gibson yesterday, but he missed one important little piece. So I've been at BMI, starting my 39th year. So I went through, like he said, mentor commission went away, but he forgot about the end of Saturday classes. So what was happening, what they were talking about back in 1839, was the same arguments we were getting back then about the end of the Saturday classes. That's gonna be uptown, it's gonna be a lot of trouble. I gotta get Keith to update that a little bit. So I've been here for mandatory commission. Again, it's end of Saturday classes, co-education. But anyway, thank you all. Looking forward to spending a few minutes with you all, updating you on what's happening after the VMI alumni agencies. And stop me at any time if you have any questions. We're all about, again, we're all about the alumni and the core cadets. You can see through engagement and, we're trying to connect everybody and through, again, some of the fundraising and some of the events, supporting cadets and the mission of VMI. That's kind of our main mission of what we're doing right now. Take the next one. Giving everybody just a quick update on this is the big piece that we do. Yeah, and it's aid to VMI. A lot of pieces go into this. Last year, again, it's planning factor, which we'll talk about it. Down growth last year, we had $83 million of growth in our portfolio. We had a really good fundraising year, again, $20.4 million. You can see the differences, what came in cash, plan gifts, budgets. And then the most important piece is, we have to manage our expenses on our side. So the more we spend, the less you get, the more we save, the more you get. So we go through a very detailed process on our budgets, audits, investments in real estate. Believe it or not, we do handle a lot of real estate, whether it be gifts or whatever. Just this week, we sold a house in Monroe, Louisiana, that came into a planned gift we didn't know we had. Sold a lot in Lake Anna. And we have another house that we're going to put up for auction in the next probably couple of weeks. So we have a little staff, but we do a lot of little things that again help support VMI and try to maximize the returns of those gifts. And here's kind of a breakdown. Last year, again, $29.9 million, 22 from the foundation, 6 from the key from the agencies. Interesting note, 13.4 million, 25% of it is in scholarships, academic merit, call to duty. The rest of it then goes to sport, staff compensation, and the academic departments. Here's a slide from yesterday. We're really, really proud of this slide. I'll give you some facts on this. This is our June 30, 2024 data. Look at the far column on the right, come down, you see that 8.6 number, 8.57 number. That is actually a 15-year compounded return for our portfolio, which is under a new model. We changed our model in 2009 to go to a more, what they call an endowment model. We hired a firm called Cliffwater. And what's the biggest fact up here is September of 2009. That bottom number would have been $230 million. So we went 230 in September to that number right now. And as of August, at this report yesterday, The bottom number now is $792 million, so 2.75% return for the last 2 months. And very, very strong numbers. I look for us to be probably in the top quartile in the Kubo again. These numbers are really, really strong on a national level. Any questions? And again, these are net of all fees.
Just remind us the governance, because as you know, I ran into one of your investment committee members, and I just even forgot myself actually how the oversight of all that actually works.
Appreciate it.
Because it was a little fascinating to hear, just last week.
Yeah, so the VMI Investment Holdings LLC is a single member of the VMI Foundation. We have 7 members. And they go through the nominating process through Nesto and the VMI Foundation, and they serve 1-year terms. We continually rotate through 7 members. And they are, I will say, from all my years, they're one of the best groups that we have. Quarterly, we meet all over the country because of the investment. We may meet in California, we may meet in New York. We're going to meet in South Carolina next month. But they all attend. They know that this is a very important part of the VMI. Which, again, what we did with this new Cliffwater model, even though we have these great numbers, we've actually lowered our risk tolerance by about 2 percentage points. So not only are we making more money, we've lowered our risk. So it's been a great ride. Like anything, we told me to be quiet about, we don't need the August number to blow up because we do start all of our funding on the September number. We just kind of stay flat right now. VMI see a nice little increase in the endowment spending when we do our 12-quarter average. By the way, it's a great group of guys. Work hard. Again, around the alumni, a lot of the projects. Got me here if there's any questions. Spent a lot of time on the 50th anniversary of the Institute Society. It's going to be a big event. Right now, there are over 500 people signed up for the dinner. That's only after 2 weeks, and that's pretty remarkable. When we have events, I hate to tell you, VMI people are kind of slow to register. And that's a big number. With over 352 signed up for the tailgate before the football game. So we're looking very for that to be a really, really good event. We got 6 fall reunions. We've already had 3 last 2 weeks ago. We'll have 3 more this weekend. And then just look at the board meetings between now and November 8th. Of activity. We got Day of Giving. Again, I'm hoping for everybody around this table. In my one plug, it's always nice to say that we have 100% participation by boards. It could be $1, $2, or whatever, hopefully a bit more, but anyway, it's a good thing. Transition to Moody Hall. Got another slide coming up. As you know, Moody Hall's through the great work of Dallas, his team, the superintendent. We're going to have a new alumni center. Having been here again so long, it's amazing. We moved filing cabinets from our old place into this into our new building in 1998. I don't think they were looked at. So it's just a cleanup process. We spent all summer going through some like 300 files. Filing cabinet. It's just amazing what you can collect in that period of time. And now with scanning and stuff, so we're really cleaning up, getting things organized. We will be prepared to move out. And then the last one up there again is the launch of the superintendent's strategic plan, working with VMI and their communications and our communication team, and getting ready to really put some teeth behind that launch plan. Here's a couple little data points. The Alumni Association, Matthew is really one of his top priorities again is new cadet recruiting and recruiting. We did 44 rat send-offs with 57 chapters. You can read it, 195 of incoming rats attended one of the rat send-offs. And we have 1,572. 67% of the incoming rats will send offs. Again, we're trying to do our part to help admissions accomplish their goals. I like these 3 facts below and just always carry in your back pocket. You know, VMI, Army ROTC produces more Army generals than any other ROTC department. United States of America. Continue to be, again, the second bullet, and at 90, 96, 98, percent, all of our graduates being employed or going to graduate school. Again, the community rates continue to be over 50%. Little bit on, well, we talked a lot about that, or you did yesterday, about the call to duty. And we are, it's one of our priorities in some of our fundraising efforts. And you saw some of this data yesterday, but you can see what this program has done, what a number of cadets it's brought in. And I just want to point out the last one. You know, we started fundraising last year, and we just need to get some traction. I think $2.5 million of the 3.7 that were raised on alumni. It's just they know about us, they've heard about us, they had maybe a little military background. One was a parent whose son went into the military. So anyway, we're just getting started on that. Reaching out to some of you for some help on this.
Dave, this is in jeopardy though, 2027 timeframe of lack of funding, or I mean, I just.
No, that's, I mean, I don't think so. Dallas, and no, we'll
Just longer term, the sustainment of the program, it's going to require $4 million if we stay at the current rate of awarding roughly 100 scholarships a year. So when you build that all out, it's a $4 million a year program. So $3.7 million is raised, 4.25% of that. We have other aid that we're pushing into it to support the program up. But I think the comment I was trying to share yesterday is as we look longer term down the road, it's going to require significantly more private investment, or we're going to have to curtail the program. And that doesn't mean turning it off, but you know, there may be some other. So we laid out a series of scenarios when we kick this program off and breathe all wins about, okay, you can do the program level at this and all these different levels. And so just want to comment, and it's not, wouldn't say the whole program's in jeopardy, but it's going to require significant more private support to continue to sustain the program long term.
So the minimum requires $4 million a year to maintain.
if you spend, so our goal is to work with, and again, the commissions and the rest of them, to do a combination, and Andrew can fill in more detail than I, but some of it's gonna be annual giving, so like he does for athletic scholarships. You know, you give 10,000, you get assigned to a person, and then we're trying to build up the endowment. So we're attacking it in 2 different ways, just to make sure that we can fund the necessary numbers to get what we think. And my things, I think it's a great program. So we're in the first stage of it, and you know, we're going to make a bigger push on it next.
I mean, you know, talking to some of the RTC cadets, I mean, this is game changing.
Yeah.
I mean, this is something that we've got to a collective effort. You know, whatever we can do to help you on this. This is a.
Dave, is this number including the 29.9 earlier that you had put up in terms of dollars to go to the core?
Yes, not the 3.7. There was probably, I think, $1 million in there.
Okay.
Yeah, that was 24. So now we're in 25. We're already working on 26 now. So. There we go. Just a quick again. We have to have a plan to for this moving on transition. Kind of our footprint of what we kind of want to do with the taking down the building, informing folks what's happening. Matthew is going to have a March goodbye party. Good old Moody Hall. See how it works. A lot more detail behind this. Amy and her group stuff out. last one is when it comes time for moving, we'll do some more communicating. With that, are there any questions? We're having a great year of fundraising right now. Going in the right direction.
Anybody else have any questions? David, I'll just say, and you and I talked a little bit about this offline a lot. And it's just a reiteration of what's been said. I think the Call to Duty scholarships have been probably one of the most successful things I've been involved with in my time on the board. And it's clear to me that it's not a nice to have, it's a must have. We're going to stay competitive. So I guess what I'd say, sort of along the lines of what some others have said, is you guys figure out what you need and then let us know and we'll make it happen.
Okay, thank you all.
All right. So we're now going to move to the consent calendar. This is one of those efficiencies we tried to bring in. So the consent calendar has been circulated. Our policy is any board member can pull anything off the consent calendar for discussion. No vote necessary. All you got to do is ask. Nobody has asked me to pull anything off of the consent calendar. And hearing nothing at this point, I'll entertain a motion to pass the consent calendar. So moved. There a second? Second. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? All right. There we go. All right, we're gonna move into our standing committee reports. And we're gonna start with Jamie Inman. Jamie, how's your audio?
I think it's working well. Can you hear me? I can hear y'all. Can you hear me?
All right, we can't right now, we can't hear you, but we're working on it.
Sorry. No.
You try to say something, Jim?
Yeah, good morning.
It's interesting. We can hear it, but it's really quiet. We're gonna keep working on audio. If you could just sing the Spirit, Jamie, continually, as we cycle through speakers, that would be appreciated.
Right now, Jamie.
In German.
Good morning, everybody.
Loud and clear. There you go, buddy.
Well, good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be with you virtually. I wish I could be with you in person, but I'm very thankful to everyone that facilitated my ability to plug into these meetings virtually. The Academic Affairs Committee met yesterday morning. I think yesterday afternoon, I think we had a very productive meeting. Brigadier General Mareshi reported on the following. The first thing we discussed were admission standards and the VMI standardized testing policy. Last year, the Academic Affairs Committee decided to wait on deciding on a standardized testing policy until at least 2 years worth of data was obtained. 80% of the higher education community is currently test optional, including some of our competitors. Currently, we remain test optional, but applications from incoming cadets for merit scholarships and ROTC scholarships require standardized test scores. If test scores help an applicant's chances, they're factored into their admissions ranking, but if they hurt the score, they are not considered. Applicants are encouraged to submit the scores if they've already taken the tests. I think some of this has been briefed in the past, but admission uses a ranking rubric with a total of 44 possible points. It was 46 points until being a legacy was no longer allowed under state law. Legacies are still tracked by the alumni agencies, but not included in the admission score. Some parts of an application are not required but encouraged, such as the personal statement and an interview with admissions. These parts of an application can help admissions make the case for a student with a lower GPA or those that have special sauce that'll go to General Wins for his approval. Math placement tests are required for incoming matriculants, and an effort is currently underway to make the tests earlier so that we receive them earlier. So before the February BOV meeting, there's two things that we would like to see happen. One, General Mareshi is going to determine if we still need to have another year's worth of analytical data to decide the question of whether or not we want to remain test optional. And then regardless of what that decision is, we intend to bring forward to the full board in February a recommendation on what our admissions standards should be as outlined as a requirement of us to approve them by the bylaws. So that's the update on standardized testing policy and admission criteria. General Mareshi briefed yesterday the SAC COC reaccreditation path forward. He built on that just a little bit. We're beginning our 2-year reaffirmation window. In the fall of 24, an ad hoc committee is being formed to develop ideas for the Institute's quality enhancement plan. In the spring of 25, QEP development will begin, the responsibility delegation matrix developed, and we will begin to gather data and write compliance certification narratives. There are a couple of things as it relates to the SAC COC accreditation that I think that are important. First, we talked with General Mareshi yesterday, and General Wins and I spoke last week. It's an administratively dense, bureaucratic requirement that, they're never going to shutter the doors because we're not compliant in some area, but it does take a lot of effort and foresight to make sure that we remain compliant, not only with the academic line of effort, but also with the co-curriculum programs. I think having Andrew Luna join the team with his vast SAC COC experience will be helpful. Our recommendation of General Mareshi and General Wins is to look at the organizational hierarchy for how you're going to exercise oversight, maybe have one belly button to put in charge. And then I think by the time we meet in February, we'll continue to have a good way forward to make sure we're successful in our accreditation. So no issues with it. It's just one of those things that you can't get started early enough to make sure that you get done to standard. We have 2 departments, the economics and business department, and all 3 of the engineering departments are going to go through their department level accreditation. Everything's set for those to be successful. This is fantastic news. Teaching and research faculty compensation. We are in the 8th year of executing a plan to bring the average full-time teaching and research faculty salary into the top 5 amongst Virginia's public colleges and universities. VMI's current average for teaching and research faculty places us at 6th. Now, listen to this. The average TNR faculty salary has increased 60% in 8 years, with the funding for these increases about evenly split between public and private funds. On average, 22% of each faculty member's salary is private funds, about $3.6 million in total funding. So that's fantastic news for our teaching and research faculty. For our administrative and professional faculty, still have some work to do. There was no organized plan like we have for the teaching and research faculty for administrative and professional faculty. And those of you that may not know the difference, this is a little bit of an oversimplification, but anybody that's in uniform that's not a teaching faculty member is probably administrative and professional faculty. So the plan was approved by General Wins to develop the guidelines. The Institute Compensation Committee has provided guidance for A&P faculty salaries. The executive team is working on a proposal for salary adjustments to address A&P faculty salaries based on these guidelines. So we're underway, more to follow on that. General Mareshi gave us a great update on the P Academic Excellence Fund. During the 24-25 academic year, we have 8 cadet P scholars. 3 P scholars have graduated. Currently, there are 4 P fellows, 2 currently serving as instructors on the faculty and 2 in graduate school. There are 6 academic excellence chairs and 5 Jackson Hope chairs. So overall, there are 29 named faculty chairs and professorships. So that the P Academic Fund is really paying dividends. And then last but not least, the SHEV grant to support student internships. Career Services received a $100,000 grant from SHEV to support cadet interns with financial need. Additionally, during the summer of 24, 38 cadets were supported by this grant, with each receiving individual grants ranging from $500 to $4,000. So those were the major highlights that we discussed in the Academic Affairs Committee. General Mareshi, is there anything that I didn't cover or anything you would care to highlight?
No, Jamie, you had it all, nothing to add.
Do any of my fellow board members on the committee have anything to add? Any questions from anyone at all? Mr. President, that concludes my report.
All right, thank you, Jamie. Glad to have you with us, at least virtually. That will bring up the Audit, Finance and Planning Committee for Mr. Gottwald.
Thank you. We have, the AF&P has one motion for board action. One additional motion, and that's the approval of VMI's 6-year plan. This is an annual approval. It's a document required by the state that lays out certain guidelines or statements around expectations for our budget and performance over the next 6 years. I raised an issue about this, John, in the executive committee meeting last week. Buried down deep in this document is the general fund request for the supplemental funds that the VMI makes to the state, and that's according to our bylaws, it's something any request to the state needs board approval, and this is typically how this issue gets board approval through broad approval of the 6-year plan. And as we discussed in the executive committee meeting, that's really not good practice on our part. The general fund request is a pretty significant item, and it's one that's worthy of more discussion, or if not discussion, at least briefing from the administration to the board or executive committee, AFP, whatever side. But to approve it in this method is not general practice. So we'd like to change that going forward, put more light on it. We did have good discussion around the items that are being requested, $2.5 million of additional funding. And so with that as a bit of a caveat, I'd like to bring this 6-year plan forward to the board. The plan reflects VMI's initiatives and activities in support of the goals and objectives of the Virginia Higher Education Opportunity Act and the statewide strategic plan, and it's generally consistent with the strategic direction of the new strategic plan. The financial projections in this plan do not commit VMI to any specific level of spending or revenue or tuition and fees. But it's an important step, just setting the tone, indicating our direction. So it's recommended that the BOV approve VMI's updated 6-year plan, fiscal year 2025-2030.
All right, do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Those opposed? Mr. Cotwell, on your point about the funding request, I think we can trust you, maybe you and General Clark, to work out the timing on how that should come. And my sense is it should be handled by the committee in the first instance.
Okay.
That sound good to you? And you all can work out with, so that it's not a fait accompli. So it can be discussed before it gets put into the plan. Does that work? General Clark?
That'll work fine. That absolutely works great, obviously. We go to Richmond next year in July, so you'll be coming with us to make that full presentation as well. So that's what.
Okay.
It's the sort of the starting gun of the whole effort. Richmond with the presentations and then follows thereafter. So
okay,
so the important thing.
Good.
Thank you. The committee had a full meeting, and as is typically the case, didn't have enough time for all the agenda items, but we knew that going in, and we will schedule another meeting before year end to cover more issues. The primary topic we covered in this meeting was post-safety security and emergency management. We heard from VMI Chief of Police Mike Marshall and the Director of Emergency Management, Paul Kastner. I can tell you the committee feels that we are very lucky to have these two gentlemen. And they're very capable teams in place. We heard that they are well-trained and practiced, educated to handle the tasks they're assigned, and the equipment and tools at their disposal are thorough, as is their connections with other state and local agencies for coordinating broader efforts around safety and emergency management. We heard from the State Auditor of Public Accounts about the findings from the fiscal year 2023 audit that ended in June of 23. So a year ago, there were six findings in the report, including one material weakness, which is never good to have. But it related to a new policy that most schools in the state struggle to implement. We've had extensive discussions around this, and Dallas and his team have addressed all six of the issues that were identified in that 2023 audit. And we're in fine shape today. There's a strong working relationship between the state and the team here. We briefly covered the budget performance reports for this past fiscal year. As already noted by the superintendent, strong performance by the team in coming in under budget and overall, and quite a few of the individual buckets. We did not get to looking ahead at the budgets beyond 2025. So that would be the primary topic for our next meeting, along with information technology and report from the VMI alumni agency. Anything to add from committee members?
All right, thank you. Athletics.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're full slate of, of course, I knew athletic directors, first meeting with our committee meeting. So we had a very fruitful discussion going on. And we highlighted a few, about 8 items that took place during the meeting. So I'm just going to highlight most of that so we can move forward. We also had Mr. Deal and Smallhorn and Holmes as well amongst the members of the committee. Jamal provided an athletic committee an overview of the athletics budget, including revenues and expenditures, highlighting the increases that we had in our football and basketball gate receipts. Definitely we had an increase in our track and field entry fees, and then had due to some delays from the NCAA, we had some disbursement funding that came through that we received from the GSR, which is the graduate success rate, and it reflects a 6-year average while APR is annually reported. So that was a good influx that we improved oversight and modification of expenditures for football and basketball programs to include monthly meetings. Staff, we talked about, we have a head count of about 58 and total accountable athletic members. Only one new position was added with support of private funding. So there are a few positions that are supported by private funding, through special projects that some of our folks did. Club, they expanded some of that process supporting our athletics. The VMI subsidy to operational budget of athletic department nears around $1 million. We did have cost cutting measures that have been put into place, but there's still a shortfall in that area. A lot of it's been contributed to our low emission numbers that we've seen in the last 2 years, but the improvements in the right direction. Talk about facilities usage. We've identified, or not identified, but we take advantage of potential to hold championships, competitions around from high school or indoor track, the aquatic center, our stadium, as far as our baseball stadium, and we talked about those potential revenue increases that would support the institute, not necessarily toward athletics, but instead toward institute hosted championships. We host the American East championships, and so it show as a cost cutting measure for individual athletic programs. It gives opportunities to showcase VMI in our facilities when those outside entities visit our facilities in the post. For growth, next year obviously will provide a dividend subsidy. We went on and talked about our NCAA legislative updates. The House versus the NCAA, there's an antitrust litigation going on across the country involving all NCAA, all schools. What we're looking at, we kind of highlighted that we're looking at sort of about a $2.9 billion settlement that could take place. It's still in fruition right now. The judge has not decided on where those allocated funds will be impacted most, as far as Big Five schools maybe taking the most brunt of that, and then some small programs take part of it. We all are going to be impacted by it. We talked about what our maximum impact could be amongst our program. We're looking at roughly $250,000 to $90,000 a year impact. That's spread over a 10-year period. So from this, that would average income about $600,000 from both NCAA and conference would decrease. We do get funding from NCAA and conference affiliation, so it doesn't necessarily write a check for that amount of money. So more information will come as the case continues, and the Walton meets regularly with the Southern Conference. Next meeting coming up, I think October 1st. She will give an update to our superintendent. Share those results from that. We want to talk about our spring academic reporting. Spring, we had cadet athletes term GPA equal to 2.99. Core cadets GPA equal to 2.09. So our cadet athletes are doing very well compared to our core. 12 teams improved their GPAs from spring to fall. Our incoming rats, our core GPA was higher than our conference peers. And Jamal mentioned a very, I think, very positive plan to recognize cadet athletes achieving people 5-term GPA or above at football game, at our next football coming up, to recognize those students. And I think very important recognition there. So we're excited about some of the ideas that he has planned in place. Our assistant athletic director, cadet athlete success, Ms. Shanks, she provided an overview of NCAA study hall improvements for cadet athlete academic support and enrichment programs. We did have some discussion, I think it was mentioned in our board meeting, on the cadet athlete conduct. We've seen some increase in some demerit counts, including conduct, probation, and suspensions and things of that nature. But overall, we have 143 cadet athletes finished spring 24 with 0 or negative demerits. Mr. Walton and the team, Emily, working very closely with our coaching staff, commandant staff, and cadet athletes to improve very numbers and work to address behavior issues. But that's key. We want to make sure that our standards respect code of conduct. And then obviously General Wins addressed that issue with the core and faculty and staff. Cadets accountable and hold our cadets to that standard. Overall with 3 new hires, basketball assistant coach Paul Harrison, Brian Smoot, class 19, baseball, Fisher Hannon for a diving team. We spoke a little bit due time about some of our facility projects. There are exciting things that come on with that film room project. It's underway and it's near completion. Field siding at Foster Stadium and Apache Fields already being completed. Then in Cameron Hall, definitely our new video boards, which will be very, very impressive. The latter part of the 25 is those coming to conclusion during the basketball season, but very excited about the new upgrades for our facilities. Talk a little bit about our revenue generation. Season ticket holder numbers for the county is higher than previous years, and the gate receipts are expected to be higher. Corporate, we had a lot about speak of our corporate sponsorships that exceeded with Blake coming on board 3 times the amount of dollars generated in the previous year. So we're very, very pleased and excited about our national corporate sponsorships. And then there's potential revenue sources, including neutral site baseball games where we utilize neutral sites spoke toward Roanoke baseball stadium and utilizing areas across the state where we get our alumni more involved in our sports activities, seeing our teams play. Jamal mentioned about from an organizational structure standpoint, established the athletics senior leadership team, which is continuing to work with the athletics task force. There's some items that the task force from continued prioritization, categories that are identified to enhance the athletic experience. It was mentioned that it will get an updated report in regards to that next meeting. So the AD will provide an update for the task. I would mention comments that for the committee that would like to just.
I know there was concern yesterday, they talked about some of the disciplinary issues with some, and we asked the athletic director, are the coaches involved? And they receive it's a daily or weekly report, daily report. And so, and it assured us that the coaches are involved with the disciplinary, on the cadets, and they know the status of where they stand. That's one issue I know was concerning.
I would mention, Jamal just mentioned to me this weekend, the VMI Athletics will unveil a POW MIA Chair of Honor in the VMI game against Norfolk State football game. The chair will be positioned in the Alumni Memorial Stadium. Chair of Honor will be dedicated to those American heroes that are still POW MIA. The empty seat symbolizes that there will always be a place in the Alumni Memorial Stadium awaiting their return. A total of 26 VMI alums are listed as POWs. Most recently, Jamal spoke to Thomas Kirk Jr., class of 1950. The only living POW on record about the upcoming dedication. So Jamal will be addressing the football team on Thursday of the Chair of Honors of its importance. And so this Friday is National POW MIA Recognition Day. So it takes place on each year, the 3rd Friday of September of each year. I know Jamal would elaborate any more. Yeah.
Only thing I'll say about the POW MIA Chair of Honor, when I got the opportunity to serve here as the AD, I wanted to find some neat things to do to symbolize, recognize things involving VMI. So in order to chair, we are working with Michelle
her team, and obviously Dallas and P2 got everything in place. So we look forward to make this something that we can all recognize each and every game. So everybody can come see it. We'll probably do the recognition in the first quarter.
No further questions on this one?
Just one comment that, last night I had the opportunity to talk to Jamal just about new recruits, that type of thing, and it was just great to hear, his commitment in terms of any new recruits are no surprises. This is what VMI is about. This is, if you want the VMI experience, this is what you're gonna get. So I think that's great. I think that's, in the past, I don't know that that's always happened. I know in my day there were some guys that didn't get the straight scoop and they got here and it's like, oh my God. Anyway, thank you.
Well, I don't want to see thunder or anything, but the Air Force and the Navy are competing for a flyover on the Citadel game. So it's a competition between an F-18 and a slow moving C-130.
You just want that minute, huh?
Yeah.
The Air Force would point out it's an AC-130, so it's slow moving with a lot of
Oh,
stuff.
God,
I think that 130 is a gunship, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
All right, well, Mr. Williams, that was a great report. Thank you. We'll move on to Corps and Military Affairs.
Thank you for the segue.
Do we have a flyover now?
Exactly. Thank you, Mr. President. So, as everyone knows, we have a new commandant. We also have a new professor of military science and a professor of naval science. I had the opportunity to meet with all three plus our incumbent professor of aerospace studies in the couple of weeks leading up to this meeting. The message that I convey to all of them on behalf of the board is that our objective as a board is to be the senior military college of choice for young people seeking admission and doing service afterwards, and for DoD seeking to commission our graduates. So that is going to be uppermost in the theme of the committee as we go forward. The ROTC detachments, of course, have given us detailed reports. They're in the board book, so I'm not going to reiterate those. I will say that they all had successful summer training programs, summer training program results, and they're on track with the commissioning requirements for the respective services at the end of this year. Highlights from each branch, though, I'll point out. The Army, for those of us who were on the board last spring, we heard about the performance of our Army teams. The Army will be sending a team to the Cambion Patrol exercise in Wales in October. It's a 60-kilometer, 48-hour exercise where, although it's not a competition, their skills will be evaluated. The specific dates are 4 to 13 October. The only hang-up is it's October, it's beginning of the fiscal year, so we're still waiting DA funding to get them over there. But as of now, the Army was not expecting any issues with that. But I think that's a terrific opportunity for our cadets and for the Institute broadly. Also of note, for our winter commissioning ceremony, Major General Worth, the commanding general of the 82nd Airport Division, will be the commissioning officer. From the Navy, they have a nuclear Navy goal of 5, and they are on track to exceed that goal this year. It's always something that we keep track of. We've kind of been up and down over the years. On the Air Force side, of particular interesting, and this is a TBD, we're not really sure how it's going to play out, but from a budgeting perspective at Headquarters Air Force, there is some concern that the Department of the Air Force may suck up scholarship funding to pay for other requirements. And if that is the case, that would endanger funding for 3-year scholarships. Obviously, that's of concern to Air Force cadets and to the Air Force detachment more broadly. I don't know what kind of impact that would have on cadets staying in the Air Force program by moving to others. But before we go down that rabbit hole, we'll see what happens with the funding as the budget. Just a heads up for everybody. And as Admiral McKnight mentioned, we are having an embarrassment of riches where both the Navy and the Air Force want to have flyovers at the Citadel game, and the two detachments are working together. So there might be one flyover for parade and one for the actual kickoff. So we'll see how that plays out. One of the things that I want our committee to be able to report to the board on is greater input from cadet leadership. So with the Commandant's support, we heard a good deal on matriculation and Cadre Week efforts from the cadets themselves. So our first presentation was from the president of the Cadet Equity Association, Cadet Gonzalez, the president of the OGA, Cadet Flynn, on the roles the OGA, CEA, and the EMTs played during cadre. Reinforced professionalism of cadre on the stoops, to staff the NCRC, which is the sort of cooling off tank for new cadets who are having that moment and are thinking maybe this isn't the place for them. They go down there, they have a chance to kind of reset. And our effort is to kind of get them reset, get back on the stoops, back in training. And then finally, also as an adjunct, the EMTs are of the VMI infirmary. So they're able to project forward that medical care and evaluate smaller cases, you know, on the parade ground, on the stoops, so that we don't have so many new cadets going to the infirmary. And the commandant reported out some of those stats from for the full board yesterday. We then heard from Regimental S3 Cadet Morgan on how the operations staff coordinated and ran the cadre operation during matriculation cadre week to include the Regimental Operations Center, which is basically the cadre command post, which this year was at barracks. We heard from Regimental S9 Cadet Brown on the coordination between the regimental staff and the team captains, and we just heard from the athletics committee, but how cadre works for the permit rats on the various teams and how they're engaged with the cadre week activities, even when they're in practice, when they're coming back in practice. And one of the things he pointed out was the enthusiasm of the permit rats to get engaged in cadre activities when they were under instruction from their coaches not to participate because of practice requirements and the like. They sort of sit behind people's backs to get engaged until somebody found it and pulled it back out. So that's the kind of spirit that we want to see from our permit rats. Finally, we heard from the first captain and the RDC president, Cadet Sheets, on the 5-point approach to the rat line, the role of the RDC and the rat line as an adjunct to the class system, forming the class of 25+3, including the steps that are taken to engage the old corps, both privates and rankers of all classes, in the training and molding of the rats into a class in ranks and elsewhere. And of note, and there's been some conversations sort of back channel, when are the rats integrated in the old corps? The current plan is to have that happen in the second semester of the break. Finally, we have the commandant's preliminary assessment. As he mentioned, he's been on station here about 6 weeks. And again, he gave some detailed slides, which are in the board book, so I won't reiterate those. They're there for y'all's review. But some highlights. His view is that leader development needs a better definition and concisely stated doctrine. He referenced the 3-paragraph, one page that you can stick in the hip pocket for third, second, and first classmen. That education is an opportunity here that perhaps we're passing up to have leadership minors or other certifications for all cadets upon graduation, given that they go through 4 full years for ROTC and the like, plus what they're going through in barracks. Fitness requirements are not synergized. And he mentioned that you got your Navy test, you got your Army test, you got your Air Force test, and you got your VMI test. And they're not coordinated to provide good tracking on the fitness of VMI cadets. That's also something that is part of the strategic plan. So that is an area of focus that he's engaged on. And much like we had cadets briefing us on matriculation, his theme is to empower cadets for leader development, all ranks, all classes. So we're going to see that unfold as the year goes on. For our next meeting, subject to any slings and arrows that reality might send our way, we're looking to focus on the class system from the first class officers, the regimental staff sections we haven't heard from, and then also intramural club sports. So that concludes my report. I'll kind of open the floor to other members of the committee, anything that needs further emphasis, but I didn't. Anything that you want to have?
Wasn't there another funding gap for some training that they wanted to do that with buses and rooms?
Yeah, so the Navy Marine Corps brought up that they would like to have some funding from the Institute for staff rides in the fall for Navy Marine Corps cadets, mostly looking at first classmen. The idea would be go up to Gettysburg and do a full professional staff ride for that. That was
not a request so much as an aspiration, so something that maybe make more with students at home, see how that works out, so. But it was an additional training opportunity, again, benefit our soon-to-be commissioned first class women.
The only other thing is, it was a little concerning, is the challenges to get physical eye exams and all that, for all the ROTC was interesting that they can't, you know, if they're going left and right and
It's particularly acute for the Air Force because they have to go to certain places
Like that.
and they have to wait until the Air Force Academy gets their assignments. So that's a pretty tight window whereas the Air Force Academy has everything on site. All Air Force cadets elsewhere have to travel, for pilots, for example, to write path. For non-pilots, our folks have to go to land and how to get eye exams and other things. There's limited availability there. My impression, the Air Force, like I said, is more acute. The other branches have been able to work it out, but it is something that is sometimes a logistical challenge. So that's great.
All right,
President, over to you.
good report, Mr. Edgar. All right, we're gonna go to the Cadet and Personnel Affairs Committee and Ms. Mobbs, and I'll just offer, we'll talk more probably about this when we do the noms and gov, but this is our new committee. I attended it yesterday with Megan. And it's getting us some insight into places we really haven't had oversight before, and I thought it was a good meeting, but I don't want to interrupt your report.
No, no, thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. Want to extend my gratitude to Colonel Young. Thank you so much for pulling everything together to make sure we had a first, what I will call an ad hoc meeting, not necessarily a committee meeting, as we were really getting our feet underneath us, and we still have to look at the bylaws governing this individual committee moving forward. So we did open by having Mr. President there explaining why this committee was in particular so important. I'm going to locally call it the Mind, Body, Spirit, Character Committee. This is not a contraction of oversight. This is an expansion of oversight. We are tasked with overseeing both the cadets, but also the staff and faculty. We recognize that we are committing a substantial portion of our resources to just one subset of that. So we brought together all of the staff leads across Title IX, diversity and inclusion, chaplain services, cadet counseling, the infirmary, Colonel Young, and then the representative of human resources were there yesterday. Unfortunately, the lead could not be there due to bereavement leave. So this was an opportunity to really bring all of these resources together for us for the first time to hear how all of those different pieces come into play to really help build both cadets, but also to better understand our role with the staff and the faculty. So again, I want to make sure it's very important we understand this is an expansion of oversight. So it's actually going to be more work for us. It's not a contraction, as we're beginning to look at more where we can really help the Institute be exactly where it needs to be. The major recognition is that people at VMI are our most critical resources, and that's not just the cadets, but also focusing on the staff and faculty. So again, we had a very robust introduction to all of these different areas. I know that the board hears often from Title IX, but again, hearing all that from both diversity and inclusion, chaplain services, cadet counseling, and the infirmary as well. We had a bit of a robust discussion around referral sources, in particular to Title IX, how people were referred to Title IX, how cadets were showing up for that. We talked about the Cadet Equity Association and the Officer Guard Association and their role within the Corps and making sure that those referrals got to Title IX, and basically how referrals a little bit work like word of mouth before they get over there, but building that trust and eradicating stigma to ensure that the cadets get to where they need to go. We did speak a little bit about the diversity and inclusion kind of curriculum and how we are really making sure that maps directly onto the cadet experience, making sure each class has the necessary resources, but that the training they're receiving maps onto the VMI experience. And so that it's better informing their leadership journey, but also tying directly into the Institute mission. Mr. Jobstrad spoke about how we want to make sure that this is diversity, not for diversity's sake, but how it definitely plays into leadership in the future and what they're going to be expected to confront in the civilian world. We also talked about really making sure we begin to understand as a board the trends over time across all these different areas to make sure that we can also better understand what's changing within the Corps and how we can address those trends over time, whether that's resources that are needed at all these different individual places, or why cadets are presenting for different things, or if there's increased trends in things like harassment or the different types of things that may present at Title IX. We then spoke a little bit about the impact of technology, or perhaps also the lack of impact of technology here at VMI, and hope to have a more robust discussion in the future about this. We were told that even within mental health counseling, that now one of the reasons that you can select for presenting to the counseling center is Yodel and the role that technology can play in here for cadets and their mental health and their well-being. So really understanding what that technology looks like, its impact on the Corps, but also some positive benefits. Todd observed that it's one of the only campuses you can go to, and cadets are not walking around, or students aren't walking down with their heads, looking down at their phones. Their chins are up, they're looking at everyone in the eye. Obviously, I know there's rules and restrictions around them having their phones, but just the positive aspect of some ways restricting that technology here on campus. So that was one of the big discussions around all the different cadets. We also had the opportunity to hear from Colonel Young about how we're going to begin looking at human resources as talent management, again, going back to our role and responsibility to care staff and faculty, and making sure that they both have the opportunities for professional development and training to make it more competitive, to retain the best possible people here, but also to recruit the best possible people here for our cadets. That includes looking at onboarding and offboarding and making sure we're doing that appropriately. And then just more broadly, looking at the HR experience or the talent management experience for our staff and faculty to make sure that we, again, are doing the best possible job by them. One thing we did task the committee members with that were there, I should say that the staff, is making sure we have the appropriate reports. So one of the things that we are going to be asking moving forward, we will provide no reports in this. Again, this was very much an introductory ad hoc session, but ensuring that we do have those trends analysis over time and asking each individual department to provide those as they see fit related to the most important critical pieces of their work. Also, any state and federal mandatory reporting requirements, making sure the board has access to those. So if things are getting sent out of VMI, we are seeing them and we have oversight of exactly what those are. Making sure that we see any surveys and results that are given to staff, faculty, and cadets, but also we did push to make sure that we are not over surveying our staff, faculty, and cadets, that we are doing that deconflicting and making sure that we are being mindful of people's time and not overburdening them with those surveys. And then when we see those surveys, that we recognize and understand that they are a snapshot in time and they are one data point related to everything else that we are looking at. We also made sure, and this is kind of a tasking as well, is that we asked them to come back to us what they felt was most important. What are we missing here? What are we not seeing? The phrase is what keeps you up at night, to make sure that we best understand how we can better serve the cadet staff and faculty, and to make sure we are appropriately at the board level having oversight and tracking those things to make sure that we can provide necessary resources. I think that's everything. Any committee or Colonel Young, did I miss anything?
Very good.
Any of the committee members?
I might just add that I think it's difficult to convey how positive I felt the interaction among all of the components represented was, and that one of the really positives that I see going forward with this committee is in talking about those trends at the level that I think we should be engaging. We need all of those folks in the room together, and they clearly are talking among each other, and just watching the crosstalk among each of those individuals and seeing how much they work together and coordinate on a daily basis. It was very visible, and I think the more we can sit back a little bit and let them have that crosstalk and conversation across all of their component areas is going to be really important for us as a committee. Absolutely.
Yeah, I was sitting next to the IG. It was just to jump onto your point. We sat down and the meeting started, and I was like, well, this is why we're doing this, and this is what we put together. And she started laughing. She goes, well, this is who I work with every day. These are all the people I work with every day. This is, the physician, Brianna, they all work together. And it was interesting to hear them explain to us, because I confessed error right out of the gate. I said, I don't know anything about the Cadet Counseling Center. I knew nothing. And I've been involved with the school since I graduated in '96. I know a lot more now than I did, a few days ago. But the amount of coordination between them were, and we won't go into any specifics, but you have a cadet who's having trouble, some kind of issue. How does that come to light? How does it come to light? And then where do you go? And I had a long talk with Brianna about a lot of stuff comes into her. A lot of stuff will come into the physician. And then it's just, okay, where are we going to put this so we can help the cadet? It was good.
And it was very clear too, when there's substantial trust across all these different, and that was very reflective, understanding even at our level, how those also internal referrals are playing out, how they feel comfortable communicating. I think it was really, really fantastic to see. And so I'm hoping as well that we'll begin to have a better and transparent understanding of actually how in some ways the referral source works from the core. It seems like there's some informal mechanisms that are currently happening, some formal ones, then kind of also across the resources and making sure everyone's appropriately staffed.
Yep. Yeah, it was a good meeting. Good report. All right, external relations.
Right, so we had a good meeting yesterday. We started with just some really good discussion about our goals and priorities for the year. That went really well. We were delighted to have the regimental S5 Zachary join us. And First Captain Noah was with us. We were happy to have them with us. The S5, of course, they are working on their open house. Their first open house is approaching throughout the year. And I think this first one, we've got more than 130 cadets already signed up, so they are gearing up to handle that and present VMI. And that's a huge recruiting for admissions. A huge blessing, I guess, for admissions. It's just a huge way that we recruit and have really successful interactions with the public before they apply and join them. We've got a new Director for Communications and Marketing. Why don't you stand up and wave? This is Lieutenant Colonel Sherry Wallace. She has a bunch of certifications in crisis management. We are delighted to have her, and they have already filled out that staffing office. But they are already, she's only been here a little over 3 weeks, but they are already working diligently for the rollout of the SOUPS strategic plan in November. They are trying to work across posts to get the message and the branding all consistent, updating websites. So I think as a committee, we would all feel really good about that group of people and what they're doing and how they're succeeding and working hard for the Institute. That's most of that. Our museums. So everyone has got a copy of this, and I would encourage you all to read it. You don't have time to read it today. Take it home, read it, share it. This is a great message about our museum. They're all in great condition and good standing. They've started just in the last 2 months charging admissions at the VMI museum. It's not going to be the case on our big weekends, football games, alumni weekends, to be free. But already that has been generation, and there's been very, very little pushback. There's lots of discounts for locals, but that has been one change in museum system. They've also worked really closely with our local government officials. So they had a big up at Newmarket. They had a big dinner for officials. It was very successful here locally. In my museum, they had after-hours Chamber of Commerce. Always good to get people into our great museums and see that, spread the word. The Jackson House has a couple of big days coming up before our next meeting. So all of this information is in our onboard packet, but they've got Apple Day coming up in October and a Christmas feature in December. So spread the word, join in on our great museum, and Colonel Keith Gibson is doing an incredible job. Our local government. So Colonel Dubar briefed us on a ton of activities are in our board. The chamber events they've been doing meetings. The Diamond Hill, we've all heard a lot, probably more than we want to hear about Diamond Hill, but that is moving in the right direction. They're tracking that, and that's, I think we're going to get beyond that. So the route, the biggest thing, I guess, from that is the Route 11 bike path. That funding, I guess, has been delayed a little bit, so that might not be starting until like the December, January timeframe. That's going to be an 18-month mess. So that's kind of the current timeframe on that. The supervisor for that project is a VMI grad, so Robert didn't know on that. And then finally, our state government relations. I think all sleep well at night with Colonel Kim Parker, in charge of all of that. She has provided draft of what they've already submitted, the capital funding request, and later this month, the operational request will go in. We're working hard at getting legislators here, especially those that are not familiar with the Institute. So a lot of those visits have happened, and they are working at getting a lot more of those folks here on post. So committee members, what have I forgotten? And are there any questions? Oh, the Jonathan Daniels, sorry. the big thing, we did, and y'all just passed as a board, the creation of a committee for the Jonathan Daniels Humanitarian Award. We need all of y'all's help with this. If the publications be on the website and in the alumni review that's coming out in November. But our deadline for nominations is gonna be about the middle of December, and our goal is to give out the award sometime close to March 20th of 2025. So that's sneaking up on us. That's Jonathan Daniels' birthday. So please, y'all are welcome to spread the word about it, to make nominations, help us get the word out about this very important award that is gonna be coming very soon. That's all I have.
That's great. Anybody else have anything? I do want to, and I probably should have told you this before. Welcome. Yeah, we're really pleased to have you. One thing I wanted to think about is, and I for all the members of the External Relations Committee, and I'll include myself in that group, we should make sure we're making an extra special effort to see everything that VMI is putting out. And so I know, Teddy, you're probably not a big TikToker.
What's that?
So some of us may not have access to all the different means and by which we communicate. So I just asked everybody to think about, one, the committee members making an effort to really consciously, whatever social media you do, monitor what's coming out. I think it's a smart thing to do. And then if there's a way we can package stuff, just think about it, so that for people like me who, may not do a whole lot of social media, that might be helpful. I think it's a good practice for us to all be paying attention.
They are going to start sending, for a while we were getting like a once a week or whatever, VMI in the news and the other academies in the news, so
yeah,
that took a break, but that is gonna be restarted.
That's great. That's great.
Will that come to all?
It will come to all board members, so probably weekly we'll get I don't know whether it's weekly, but VMI in the news and then the other academy, so.
Everybody in this room has heard me say this, still I'm blue in the face and they're sick of it, but you're new, so I'll say it again. I just think we have this incredible thing up here, and sometimes we aren't as effective as we should be in communicating it out to the world. And so I just want to make sure we're focused on that 100%.
I could add.
Yeah.
I don't know who manages our LinkedIn account, and if you're not connected to the VMI LinkedIn, please go do it. It is fabulous. I mean, I get multiple daily.
That is the social media I do, so I have that one.
And what's being put out there is excellent.
I'm so glad that, yes, that is our division. They work really hard to try to keep social media relevant and timely. And yes, we are working on putting some of those things together, including a streamlined way for you to access social media, just to see what's posting.
Yeah, that's great.
So you don't have to log in or anything.
That's great.
You said exactly what I was gonna say. If you're gonna pick one, I'd recommend LinkedIn. And two sites that I'd recommend that you just follow versus the Virginia Military Institute one, and then the other one is the alumni agencies or alumni agencies. If you follow those two, you will always see pretty much a lot of the feeds that are coming across.
Is there a separate athletic one?
They're on LinkedIn. I don't know on LinkedIn. They are on Instagram. They are on Instagram. If you only had one, because LinkedIn is considered a professional platform, I would do LinkedIn, follow Virginia Military Institute, follow
So VMI Alumni
Association.
Okay, good. All right.
I was just gonna say one note on that is that we have started repurposing Turnouts, our monthly digital newsletter that goes out. So for people who missed that, we've repurposed that on our LinkedIn. So that would be also a thread to get that out there in a different way.
Great, thank you.
Amy is working hard, but they've already brought it up, so I didn't bring it up again, on just keeping us all, letting the alums know what's gonna happen to their blessed building and how it's changing and all that. So they are on that.
Yeah, I would recommend, I've got it somewhere. If, for the members of the board, if you haven't reviewed this, you should, all the members of the board should review this. This is the materials y'all put together. And we should think about, now this one obviously deals with naming opportunities, so maybe this is, but this is a great layout of what this thing's gonna look like.
Get that,
That's draft, let's just.
Yeah.
Draft.
you gotta be.
Here,
Yeah, I mean.
Here, they've got naming opportunities in here, so I'll make sure you get a copy of that. But I do think the board members need to be up to speed on this because, we as a VMI family are an emotional bunch and the Moody Hall matters a lot. And I think we need to make sure people are aware, we're gonna be down a building for a little while, but keep their eyes on what's coming because this is stunning. I mean, this really is.
Are you gonna mail it out? What are you gonna do? You just gonna give it to Don and nobody else?
We have a plan, it's gonna be broken up to have two different books, two different, a lot going.
There will be a website dedicated to the news.
For that, yeah.
Yeah, and
Okay.
we'll have everything.
All right, great report. Thank you very much. Noms and goes.
Okay, we're gonna go through some items pretty rapidly, but they're gonna be very important, and two items in particular will likely be taken up by the president, which he's aware of. Met Monday afternoon, and I want to highlight some of our discussions. If you look at responsibility of the nomination and governance committee, one of its duty is to provide the alumni association support for highly qualified individuals for appointment to the board of visitors. The alumni association gets to make recommendations to the governor. It does not bind the governor at all in terms of who he nominates or she nominates to this board. One of the things that we do have, and this is I learned at the executive committee, is a memorandum of understanding with the alumni association. And I believe, Mr. President, you can correct me when we get to the items to you, was we need to fulfill an obligation with respect to name or names and of who we would like to give the alumni association for board appointments. Just so you know, Mr. Fain and Mr. Watson term ends this year, and Mr. Williams and myself have the ability to be reappointed. One of the things we discussed was if we do select a name, is it a passive name? And meaning that our understanding is that the Alumni Association is very thorough in what it does for nominations. Through our committee, we talked about having a skills matrix with qualification, which we do have one drafted and it's going to be provided to the committee to look at. And one of the things is getting the board to give names. We need to have names first before we go through the rest of this. And I think the president will discuss that. So we did have a pretty thorough discussion back to that issue. The second responsibility of this committee is to provide and submit bylaw recommendations to the executive committee, but it gets a little bit circular. The executive committee can propose amendments to the bylaws. It has to come with a nomination from the governance committee. And then it's for both the full board. 10 days ago, you would have received this letter from Colonel Wyatt with respect to the amendments to the proposed bylaws. When these were sent out, immediately our committee received some comments and proposed amendments to the Cadet and Personnel Affairs Committee. But before we get there, we sat down and talked about how everybody is in agreement. It's just there's some substantive issues that are going to need to be discussed that we talked about. And all the other changes in the bylaws, when I looked at the bylaws, I would say that with respect to that committee, that is one, the language. And also we're going to, rather than mailing out, we've made a change that we can electronically deliver proposed bylaw changes. I think that would be very nice for us to have. The other changes were mostly changes to comply with law changes or make the bylaws read better, which we thought they did. What you will see, all of you should have received this yesterday, to the bylaws, the language is in. Okay, this came out. We had a lot of thorough discussion with respect to the language in the bylaws, the meaning. And after a 4-to-1 vote, the nominations and governance committee recommended that the bylaw changes be approved, and they went to the executive committee. The last item we discussed was the nomination process, which is also part of our obligations. And we left that open to think about whether we need to have a formal nomination process or what are we gonna do? Are we just gonna follow Robert's Rules of Order and do it like we did last time when we have some voting that needs to be done? So I think that's left on our table. And before I formally have the president step in, does anyone in my committee have any other comments or issues with what I said or would like to add more comment at this point? Okay. So with that, Mr. President, we have made the recommendation on the bylaw changes on a vote 4-1, and you, President, now have the right and the duty to make a motion for discussion on the bylaw.
Sure. Let me first handle the first issue you said, just so everybody understands, the way state law works in Virginia, and I'd love to know the history of this, is the Alumni Association may make recommendations to the governor on nominations to the Board of Visitors. We have an MOU with the Alumni Association that says we will provide them with names. I have been involved as a graduate and was stunned to learn at the amount of effort the Alumni Association puts into vetting candidates. So I think the way we should proceed is we haven't really been doing that in a sort of formal manner. I think the way that we should proceed is I'm going to ask all of you if you have recommendations for the Board of Visitors to provide those to me. I'll provide them to the Nominating and Governance Committee. Ms. Todd raised a good point about, well, how can we recommend somebody if we don't, I mean, we don't know them. We're just getting names, right? And I think I'm somewhat comfortable that our role in this is limited to providing names. Then the Alumni Association does stunning amount of that. They meet with the person, they get interviewed to ensure they want to do it. And so that's how I propose we proceed. It will allow us to fulfill our obligations on the MOU. Obviously, none of this is binding on the governor. Governors of Virginia have a habit of doing what they want to do, which is absolutely appropriate. So, but I do think in particular with non-alumni ideas you may have about someone who you think would be a good fit for the board, I think it's totally appropriate and fine for us to pass this things along. So that's how I'd like to handle that. Any discussion or issue on that? So the bylaw change, I want to talk about this a little bit. There's been a fair amount of discussion about it. Let me start with why we're doing this. And when I think when Conrad said there's an agreement on this, I think what he was referring to, and I think this is the case, I don't think anyone on the board disagrees with the new committee. At least that's my impression, the fact that it stood up. And where does that come from? It comes from three things. And this started, I don't know, Tom, when did we first talk about it? Like
a couple years ago.
A couple years ago, right? And what we said was, there are areas that we're just not getting oversight where we need it. We received the Title IX report in closed session, but Title IX deserves more effort from the board. And there are things, this is one of the things we talked about in the committee yesterday, there are things we can do in open session that relate to trends. I think trends matter, right? And we want, because if there's something going on that's unhealthy, where we want to know about it and get to the root cause of it. We tried, I think last year we tried, we tried to merge Title IX into the appeals committee, and it just didn't work. I mean, it wasn't, you know, so we've been thinking about this. There are some other areas that needed more oversight, human resources. We really haven't had any or much research, insight or oversight of human resources. And that was an area that clearly I think we needed some more insight. That led me to, okay, cadet counseling. Everybody talks about the cadet counseling center, and as I said yesterday, I couldn't tell you the first thing about what they do, how they do it, how many people they have, what are their resources, how do they get referrals. And so I started to see all of these things that needed more oversight. And then I saw some things in the Cadet and Military Affairs Committee that to me it was too much going on in that committee, right? The chaplain was technically a part of that committee, but nobody was ever. So we brought the chaplain over, we pulled the chaplain out, put the chaplain in this committee as well. And then you get back to the Inclusive Excellence Committee. And this is just how I feel about it. And I've talked to Brianna about it. I've talked to a lot of you about it. Our diversity and inclusion program has matured significantly since I got on the board. And I'm sure for those of you who've been here longer, it's matured significantly from there. The simple fact of the matter is Brianna does not need an entire committee of the Board of Visitors overseeing everything she does. I think in my view, we have moved beyond that. And this new committee, as I think was demonstrated yesterday, and I don't want to speak for the other committee members, this committee is where probably as best you can when you're trying to put committees together, it's where her work fits. And I do wish you could have seen right when we sat down, they all started laughing. They're like, this is who we work with all the time. And so, my view is this is 100% more effective use of our time, resources, and oversight. And so that's why. That's why, in my view, that's why we did it. So then come the bylaws. So now you got to change your bylaws. So I did what I do. I took the bylaws. I said, okay, we got a new committee. I looked at all the other committees. I, of course, made note that the Inclusive Excellence Committee had a very different set of bylaws compared to the other committees. And you can see that in the red line. It's much larger than Academic Affairs, and there's more of a, as it was drafted, it's more of an expressive statement. Well, when I came to put together the new committee, just my view is, right, this program has matured. I feel like this is a better steady state. And so I drafted a set of bylaws that look pretty darn consistent with all the other bylaws of all the other committees we have. I take 100% seriously the concerns that were raised by fellow board members. Tom Watson raised some concerns in the executive committee. Damon raised concerns and very helpfully both provided sort of independently different ideas for language that could be added. And we made some tweaks to it. And so I wanted to say here in this public meeting, there are a lot of people who love VMI in the world. And so I'm not taking anything away from any of them who are not sitting in this room. But I do know that the people around this table love VMI. I also know they're not idiots. And we all expect, in fact, we demand that you and your team produce educated and honorable men and women who can go out into the modern world and become effective leaders in the 21st century. And we all know that world is more diverse, that they are going to have to be a part of diverse teams. They're going to have to interact with people from diverse backgrounds. They're going to have to lead people from backgrounds they may not have had a lot of interaction with before they came to Lexington. And I just want to say, for my position, that is 100% our view. This doesn't, to me, represent a backing away from some commitment. To me, this represents, and I think maturation is the word that I've settled on. This is a maturation of the program. It's in a steady state. I think my impression is Brianna's doing a great job. I feel like the program is doing well. And so this was, to me, the most effective and efficient way to organize the board and our resources to do what we need to do. So there was no effort to back away from anything. I think, if anything, I think it's a step forward. So I just wanted to put that out there. And then we can open it for discussion, or how do you want to do a motion and then have discussion, or?
I think the right formal piece is, I do have comments to make, as you can probably imagine.
I have a guess. All right, that's fine. Tom, do you want to speak?
Yeah, and then John, I almost feel like I'm opposing counsel, and I don't mean to be that way, actually, because much of what you said, I agree with in terms of the context of this decision. And again, having sat through yesterday's meeting and seeing the whole team work together is incredibly enlightening and powerful. My issue is about, and it sounds like it's a trivial issue, but it really is not. If you think of the context of where we've been in terms of the focus on diversity and inclusion, you think about the fact that in many respects, it's close to a very new board and new leadership, signaling of what we do here is incredibly important. And therefore, I was one who have always proposed putting more in the bylaws in terms of what we stand for, as opposed to leave it to others, actually. And your narrative was very good, but I think putting it into the bylaws or somewhere that defines actually what we stand for is incredibly important. Absent that, I believe there are unintended consequences of what we're proposing to do. The most obvious of which is some people who actually very much have followed us and have been with us as we've gone through our diversity and inclusion initiatives. We may lose them, or they may doubt whether that commitment still exists. So it's no more complicated than that. And I've been saying this all along, which, this is not a new message. And I fully respect the fact that people wanted simplicity and conformity across different bylaws. But this is a place where, at least from my perspective, I'd be happy to draw an exception because of the environment we're in, the circumstances we find ourselves in. And the fact is that if in fact the unintended consequence is that people believe we've walked away or disappeared or diluted that focus, it's going to be a tough day for VMI, because we'll be right back to some of the things a few years ago. So that's my view. I know it's the minority view. It's always been the minority view, but I stand strongly by it. And again, it's not a comment about, for example, what we just experienced yesterday, because it was very powerful. So that evolution to me is very, very important. But it's also very, very important to me that we keep this topic front and center, not just verbally, but actually in terms of things like bylaws and other statements from the board.
Tom, do you have a concern with the bylaw changes or the restructuring of the committees?
It's the bylaw. No, the committees, I have no problem with that. Again, this has been, John said, we've been talking about this for a while. As I said, it was a very powerful meeting yesterday when we could see all the wonderful resources here at the school that are focused on a broad set of issues. So broadening the mandate isn't the issue. My issue is, as we broaden the mandate, we potentially dilute the focus on an issue, which to me is still incredibly important. And yes, we've made a lot of progress. I fully accept that. But I also don't know that this is the time for us to walk away from being sure to stay a very visible part of the board's activity.
Yeah, I hear you. I felt, the synergy that existed in that meeting, Title IX, HR, diversity, the post-physician. I felt that committee, just to speak to the committee, is much more effective because of the interaction, the synergy that exists there, and it's reflective in what they get communicated to us in terms of what they've been doing. So I think that's great, and I think the bylaws ought to reflect that, because that's powerful.
And as I said, people will, unfortunately, this will be looked at very carefully by people on the outside. So every word matters. And again, I know I went on an extreme case, I think, as John and others saw, with putting our objectives into this, which I understand goes a bit far. But frankly, that's my starting point, which is that's the most visible example of what we stand for. Maybe I hope we still stand for.
If I may, I feel like I'm the opposing counsel. So maybe I'm sticking out.
And again, I've been the minority vote on this throughout, so I don't expect to perhaps get them others to get them the same.
I view it as a conflict of vote. And to me, and Tom, I take your philosophy of oversight into this, and as a member of that committee for the last 2 years, I'm not on it now. I thought, in some respects, and it's probably going to come out the wrong way, we lost the forest for the trees. We were so focused and on a particular issue that we were missing the broader context. And I know there were members of our internal institute community and also external folks who felt like we as the institute were not paying attention to that particular issue. I never agreed with that point of view, but I understood it. But I think for the overall health of the institute, for the mission of the institute, for what we owe cadets now, who then become alumni later, And it was your thinking that really got me going. We were missing the bigger picture. We were missing how to better pay attention to Title IX and to diversity issues that were not based on race. And the other, the challenges that we actually have the support systems for, but we weren't paying attention to it. And that's just within the core. And we were doing next to nothing in terms of the faculty and staff. And that is also our remit. I think sometimes we get, because we're all graduates, we see the gray uniforms, we get really target fascinated with cadets. And not to say that that's not important, but we sometimes ignore the faculty and the staff. Some of the staff and were invisible to us because they're working, in the tailor shop and in the laundry shop and their buildings and grounds. So I am thrilled that we as a board are taking this broader step with the idea that there's a lot more than meets the eye in terms of, as Megan put it, the body, mind, spirit, and character of the people who inhabit the Institute. And for those who are listening on the live stream, I hope they're hearing this, because I don't think there's any disagreement on the importance of what the committee looks into. And I certainly don't think that revising bylaws in any way at all reflects a stepping back. And as Megan said, I think she's spot on. It is a broader vision to do what I think is our role. So I guess, from a draftsman's perspective, I think if you draft things the same way across, that's a better approach, just overall. But if there's that concern, we need to be alive to that as a board and basically say it ain't so, because I'm convinced it's not so.
All right. Oh, sorry.
No, Johnny, great description on why the change, and I total agreement with what you do. I mean, we have to look at the broader picture. But my only concern is, and that we may be taking a step back, and I think it's just a simple change. And I drafted this, and we can talk about it. All human resources matters relating to VMI's faculty and staff to include diversity and inclusion for the health and the well-being for the entire VMI community. So we stay the course, but we just tell everybody that, hey, we are still concerned about this diversity and inclusion. And that it's just a minor change to the bylaw.
Have you seen the one that came out yesterday? The revised one that came out?
I'm looking off the computer.
Oh, okay. So there's a new one. I apologize. The language.
Why
don't you read it? Yeah.
Okay, all right.
It's important that you see the change.
I didn't. I was looking on the.
So it's on board right now. Bill just put it up there for you.
I passed out the hard copies yesterday, but I think it's in on board now. It's the files.
The only thing I would just say is diversity and inclusion. I mean,
let me read it. It says, the Cadet and Personnel Affairs Committee is responsible for the oversight of all matters relating to the health and well-being of the corps, faculty, and staff. Key matters are Title IX, diversity, mental and physical health, and human resources. The committee shall consider inputs from Director of Human Resources, Inspector General / Title IX Coordinator, Chief Diversity Officer, Director of the Cadet Counseling Center, Institute Physician, and the Institute Chaplain, among others. That is the language.
Let me tell you, it is a personal story why I added inclusion. Okay, because if we're talking about the whole VMI community, I have a son who has a lifetime disability, and if corporations, two very big corporations, hadn't included him, for what into their environment, he'd be sitting at home on watching TV. So diversity and inclusion, I think, are locked together.
I think that's a very fair point. And we've talked about your son. Again, I think first of all, procedurally, we have something we got to vote on. I also think, and I've talked with Hugh Bain about this, these are the bylaws. We have an entire inclusive excellence plan. We have a strategic plan. And so I think in those places, we do talk about these things. And so I think in what I'll call the substantive areas, we have those documents. So I think in that sense, we're covered. We did have diversity in the bylaws, so I think that's made some people more comfortable. But just from a procedural perspective, I think we're.
The only thing I'd say, if you're talking about the entire, we're talking faculty, staff, all the hires, that inclusion is also critical.
Can I make a comment? Yeah. I agree with that. And these came out yesterday and I don't see any reason why we can't. During a motion discussion. Then.
To just add inclusion for the diversity.
I would favor that, but let me also make these comments. I can support this revision that just came out yesterday, and I'd love to add that word. I think that helps a lot. Since 10 days ago when this was first announced, a lot about it. I've thought to look at another 15 public college websites, and I note that those other colleges don't have a diversity and inclusion committee. We're the only one that does, and it was important that we did. I know that this new committee, a lot on explain. This broadening of a lot of oversight, and it's putting diversity and inclusion into that broader role. So it can be viewed as a step back from a focus, this board maybe, to diversity and inclusion. But as drafted, these bylaws do state that this committee has oversight matters relating to diversity and inclusion. Yes, we add that this is the bylaw. Okay, so the public doesn't typically go first to the bylaws when they go to your website. What they do is they go to your website, they put in the search key diversity or diversity and inclusion. Where's that going to take them? Right now, it takes them to our Inclusive Excellence Committee. All of them on our website, each of our committees, a review of what it does is on our website. So I would ask, and so that may go away if we will go away, I suppose, if we make this bylaw change, we have a new committee. But I suggest and request that in that description on our website, where our public is going to go and our stakeholders and our alumni, that we do include our commitment to this program. That we describe it so that the public will see it. And with that, I think the bylaw change is actually correct. I think it creates this committee that has oversight over Title IX, diversity, HR, these other issues, the chaplain's office, which is fabulous, counseling center as well. But let's please not back away from our forward facing on the website commitment to diversity.
Okay.
Don't mind.
Of course,
Some comments, I know I've mentioned, my input on just of changes. Let me just talk about what you expressed, and I totally agree. Very, very heartfelt in describing what conclusion, overall, the members that were part of the committee is noted. We identified the names of the committee, but it is a diverse committee. They are committed to what the students work as a body. Educated, honorable, educated men and women. To Terry's point, I mean, what you mentioned about the broader perspective of what inclusion and diversity is included in other documents. But I think what we're thinking, I guess my point of view, and what Terry kind of alluded to a little bit, and I think he was kind of agreeing to, is that our bylaw should reflect that commitment. And I think that's what we're speaking to. My point of inferring on what the language should be. The details and the devil's in the details. So I think showing that our bylaws reflect our commitment to diversity and inclusion to be there. So that's kind of where I see that in reference of bylaws to reflect what the overall position of the school. Yes, it is in other documents and so forth that outside of it, but still our bylaws reflect the overall mission of our institute.
Mr. President. Yep. Let me ask this question. If we added the phrase and inclusion following diversity in the amendment is presented now, would that resolve the concerns that you all have?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I would be happy to make that motion, Mr. President, because I don't think it changes the intent of the revision.
No, I think getting, adding everybody in there, whatever you're, this bowl of whatever, that you work on is great. I mean, we should look at, we should look at, everything, the whole human resources fact. But I just don't want it to, the diversity inclusion to kind of, be put on second base.
And our inclusive excellence program, I hope, will be highlighted on the website. Right now, it's highlighted under that committee. That committee is going away. But so
that no, we will probably have 6 or 7 hyperlinks from this now, just giving.
Cedric, it actually links to some documents we've already approved as a board too, right?
Correct. The strategic plan does make reference under, I believe it is esprit de corps, and then some of the other front pages about the commitment to inclusion, and then Brianna is working on an update to the inclusive excellence document. And one of the things to make sure that are included in there are they've previously approved 4 objectives, so very 3 specific board objectives that, as Tom Watkins said, he's board president, anyone from any organization, whether it's military or corporate background, should be able to agree to in terms of what we're trying to do.
All right, so just to do some table setting, and I'm not short circuiting the debate, police have arrived. We'll explain that in a minute. Nobody's getting hauled away. But I'm aware of it.
Yeah.
All right, there we go.
I think you have the best cars in town. They don't always take you where you want to go.
So, all right, hold on. So just so everybody's clear, I want to make sure we're all right procedurally here, and the version that was approved 4-1 by nomination and governance said the Cadet and Personal Affairs Committee is responsible for the oversight of all matters relating to the health and well-being of the core faculty and staff. Key matters are Title IX, diversity, mental and physical health, and human resources. The committee shall consider inputs from Director of HR, Inspector General, Title IX Coordinator, Chief Diversity Officer, Director of, and so on. So the proposal that's been made is to just say in the sentence, key matters are Title IX, diversity, mental health, and mental and physical health, is to say key matters are Title IX, diversity and inclusion, comma, mental health, mental and physical health, and human resources.
Mr. President, again, procedurally, I'm just trying to understand. So the subcommittee recommended this language. And I would think that we should vote on this first. If it's killed, then we can talk about a revision to language. So because it's been put before us and voted by that committee the way it is, I would think that we would need to vote on this the way it is first. And again, if it's killed, then we move forward with a recommended change or revisions to.
Point of order.
Hold on 1 second.
I think that you can vote on an amendment to an amendment.
That is true.
Precedent. And then if that amendment to the amendment is not passed, then you would take up the.
And I don't disagree with it, but what I'm saying is, it came before us this way. We vote on it this way, and then after we have that vote, we see what we end up at.
Okay.
Sir, I don't want to overstep here because I know I'm a non-voting member, but I would like to recommend another revision if that's all right.
Okay, this is fine.
Yes, sir.
This is why I think this is the issue with revising in a committee meeting after Noms and Govs has done its work.
Yes, sir.
I mean, we've got, what would you?
There's other opportunities too.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. If you'd like me to wait, then that's.
I think so.
Yes, sir.
I think so. Does anybody else have? I'd like to hear comments from board members on amending to add and diversity or and inclusion.
I would prefer we add it and vote once versus voting this down and then re-voting.
Okay.
If we can do that, you say we can do that, I think that's a better message.
I think if we feel that it signals a stronger commitment and that's going to get everybody on board to ensure that we are moving forward united as a board, in particular because this is a new committee, I think we should absolutely do that.
I'm no parliamentarian, but I would think it would be in order that you simply, someone makes a motion that we adopt the bylaws change as recommended from the committee. We then open it for discussion and amendment. We amend it to include the 2 additional words that will satisfy the concerns of the other members of the board, and then we adopt it in a single vote as amended.
That's correct.
I would think
believe that
from a
is
parliamentary
exactly.
procedure.
I move what he said.
Okay, here's, here's what I'd like to do. I'd like for this to be smooth. You come back and talk to the Nominating and Governance Committee. I'm not trying to limit you, but we can't, in this format, I think we can make this change. It seems like we have unanimity on it, but I do not want to open this up. We have a lot to do. So you seem to understand what he said.
Yes, sir. So I present a formal motion to the Board of Directors to approve the amendment to the bylaws as approved by the Governance and Nomination Committee. That's my motion. Now, what we need is at the discussion, we need someone to make a motion. Mr. Janice.
Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, I would move that we amend the amendment to the bylaw as approved by the committee to include, after the word diversity, the word and inclusion and a comma. And that would be my motion. And then
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, now we have to vote on the motion to amend the bylaws.
I make a motion for the board to approve the amendment to the bylaws that add the words and inclusion, comma. That's my motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? All right.
Good thing we have so many lawyers.
So should we do one more quick committee report or should we pause and have at least?
Well, just, maybe just add one little violent too. I think it sounds like we also need to recognize, we have to need to be prepared for the communication aspect of this externally too. So I think you said there's some work being done to be sure that we can communicate what we stand for. So like Cedric's got some work done to be sure that all the documentation internally is also held up on the outside. So I just wanted to jump over that really important piece in my mind.
Okay, very good. I'd like to, if people don't object, we have the appeals committee. I'd like to pause because we have a guest and we certainly don't want to take too much of the guest's time. I'll turn it over to the superintendent, but I'll just offer this background. I was serious when I said nobody's getting arrested, at least for now.
It's not worth much.
We received communication from the governor's office that the governor's office was very keen on the boards of visitors of Virginia's public colleges having establishing a rapport with the local police chief. And all of this, I think, generally speaking, flows from a lot of concern about what happened on campuses, protests last year. And the expectation that this fall is going to be tough on college campuses when it comes to protests and those types of things, get an election year. And so combined with that, and the board's heard this report, that we've been asked to review all of our security procedures, our rules about tents, where tents can go. And I think, it would be a little silly for us not to acknowledge that given the military structure of VMI, we're in a bit of a better place as it comes to those sorts of things. But as the superintendent said during his presentation, that doesn't mean you don't take it in, look at it, and they did in fact make some changes. So this is along those lines. But it's just an awesome opportunity to have you with us and make sure we all know one another and can work together in a great way. So Superintendent.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. And so ladies and gentlemen of the board and also other attendees and folks online. As I mentioned on the opening day, the review that we had done based on the new guidance that came out from the Attorney General's office was number one, it was centered around the continuing idea of freedom of expression. That all students on all college campuses have the ability to have a freedom of expression and to demonstrate their views in a civil manner, and then add to that the events that have occurred here probably over the last 8 to 9 months with respect to student protests on college campuses. So what I wanted to do was number one, make sure you all are aware that here we have our own chief of police, Chief Mike Marshall, who runs our police force here on post, but also introduce to you the Lexington Police Chief, Chief Angela Green, and just have the two of them talk about the partnership specifically as it pertains to the communication that goes on between the two forces and the county police as well from Rockbridge County and other stakeholders with respect to the events surrounding protests as they've occurred in and around the area across the Commonwealth, and even I think a few activities that occurred over on our neighboring campus of Washington and Lee, and just have them talk about that partnership. And then also so that you all understand that more broadly, this collaborative effort between the two chiefs of police and our emergency management team is done in such a way that we are very intentional about trying to make sure that we take seriously and we work hard to look after the health, the morale, and the welfare and the well-being of our cadets from a force protection perspective. So, Chief Marshall, Chief Green, however you all want to proceed in terms of your comments.
Well, I know you all know Chief Marshall, and I'm glad to work with Chief Marshall. I'm Chief Angela Green. Been in Lexington a little over 3 years now. So this is my second chief of police job. For those of you that don't know me, I've been doing law enforcement for about 23 years now, most of it in the city of Richmond. So if you guys know anything about the city of Richmond, I have a lot of experience with protests, you know, freedom of expression, all of that stuff. And then from city of Richmond down to Portsmouth, Virginia, Hampton Roads area, chief of police there before coming here as chief of police. Knew Chief Marshall before coming here, so we've always had a great working relationship. I am glad that VMI does have a full law enforcement police force. We do work with Washington and Lee, your neighboring campus, but as you know, they are public safety. We are small, but we come together regionally whenever we have any kind of incidents. The last incident that we had, Washington and Lee had a bomb threat. Obviously, VMI was right there with us. We work together. We do our incident command. We work together, active threats. At least twice a year, we always come on campus. If it makes you feel any better, we do have 2 alumni that are on our police force. So they know your campus very well, know the regimen, the routine very well. So that helps us out also on the campus side. And I don't know if Chief Marshall wants to fill in on any gaps with our collaboration and close partnership.
Yes, I would. Number one, we're mandated by the state to gotta have an MOU with at least the state police. But we expanded on that, have with Chief Green as well, and also with the Rockbridge County Sheriff's Department. So we have lots of resources that we can pull from. I will tell you, it's critical to have a really good relationship, because when we were having these protests just up the road 30 miles, there was a city that refused to support JMU. They would not come and help them with the protests. And that got reported up through the chain to Richmond. And I'm the current president of our Chiefs Association for college campuses. We were irate. And so we spoke, we were concerned. And so we talked about it. we don't have that problem. Not only do we respond to calls together, but we train together, we share ideas. And we go to conferences together, so we're learning the greatest and latest techniques that are out there.
Good to sleep better already.
Thank you all.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks for inviting us.
Thank
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
And
you.
and you've got, obviously, it sounds like a great relationship, and if you ever have any issues, call me.
Thank you. First one, Mr. Adams. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
All right, now we'll go to the appeals committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our appeals committee met yesterday, or actually 2 days ago, Monday. All of our committee members were able to attend. We approved the minutes for the previous meeting and we reviewed our charter. We had the opportunity to meet the current cadet leadership for the honor board, which is fabulous to hear reports from them. First, I want to comment on this. We also, of course, were supported by our superintendent's representatives, Colonel Marshbrook, Colonel John Timmies. Let me just say, you cannot overstate the importance of the work our superintendent representatives do for this school. It is a huge time commitment. It's stressful. As a faculty member to devote that much time, care, and attention to this role it needs to be highlighted for time. So I'm doing it right now. Past faculty luminaries who had this job are Colonel Jay Scully, Colonel Jim Jensen, Colonel Marshbrook, and Tom Timmies are just doing a fabulous job. So hats off to the work they did. We were joined by the current cadet leadership, the president, Elijah Alberti, who we were able to hear from today, Harrison Williams, the first classman vice president of education, and two second classmen, Ben Berry, assistant prosecutor, and Lucas Mauer, another assistant prosecutor. The focus this year for the honor court, as you heard from Alberti, is education. And they're off to a great start. They've already had 3 training sessions with the RATs, and they're now turning their focus to the upperclassmen. And they've also added a on-court representative to each of the athletic teams as a dedicated representative from him, which is a great idea. Jim Jouster made a wonderful comment during this session to suggest to the cadets something they probably already know, but needs reinforcing. When you're having these training sessions, talk about the why of the on-court, not just the mechanics and why you need to adhere to the rules, make sure you're making all the right decisions. But why are you? Why is that it is the central part of VMI and what makes VMI special. I think we heard that reflected in the comments that.
Yeah.
We then heard their reports on something they're going to have to focus on, what they call the Wild West of college campuses today, artificial intelligence. How we deal with that in the context of our honor system. I know the dean is focused on this, and we understand is that each department head with consultation with the dean are going to have their own protocols for how you can use artificial intelligence in your curriculum. Departments have that already. So now we're looking at these. Okay, good. Well, so it's a working process, but use of artificial intelligence is a challenge. And as Colonel Timmies pointed out, the main thing is having the cadets understand they need to cite properly the work they submit in connection with or consultation with their department heads on what's allowed. So we had a long discussion about that. Very interesting. Just one of life's new challenges and opportunities, frankly, that just one other thing, there's been one drum out this year. It was the result of a cadet charge to honor offense in the spring. We chose not to. So then we took a tour of the courtroom and the facilities. And if you haven't had a chance to do that during your orientation, put it on your agenda to do. So it's just really impressive. The superintendent and administration and devoted resources to really making that a first-rate facility. Not just the courtroom, but rooms available for defense and the prosecution and witnesses. Set up, so take a chance, get a chance to dance. Subject to any comments, our other committee members might have.
It was a great meeting. I like this. I like the second. It was a great meeting, and I never had any interaction with the honor court when I was here. And so I didn't even know where they were located at or where their facilities were. So getting that tour of the facility and see how it operates, it was very impressive. And so I echo, if you get a chance, go look at it.
It's funny, the idea of doing it we've talked about it before, but I've worked with Bill Widdison, the honor court, the appeals committee ought to meet in the honor court room. I actually think we should do a little bit more of that. I think the athletic committee might want to meet. You should pick a cool spot that people don't tend to see and meet there. I really mean it. I think it mixes things up a little bit. So the only thing I'll add is our honor court president looks like he was ripped off a 1941 Marine Corps recruiting poster. Scares me every time he walks in the room. Any other?
Just if you ever wonder why you're associated with VMI, just go, talk to those cadets. They are impressive young men. I wish I was there when I was graduating, but I tell you what, they are leaders of the future of this country. I tell you that.
Yep, agreed. Good report. Okay, we are in the other business category. We'll talk about that for a second, and then we'll move into closed session. The only sort of other business I have is I did want to take a second to do a couple things. First of all, I want to recognize Ernesto is here, head of the foundation, all the great work you do. And where's Matthew? He stepped out. Oh, he did. Well, tell him we recognize him. That's a lot of you served in those capacities. That's a labor of love and a lot of time. So appreciate you all being here. And then the other thing I'll say, just in my time, my brief time as president, you end up spending a lot more time on post. And I'm sure at this point, the superintendent is sick of seeing me. We're together a lot. But I feel like it's a responsibility to be here a fair amount. And so I have been, and I've seen a lot of you when I'm here. And I just want to encourage you to come up here as much as you can. I know we've got a lot of Floridians around the table. But being here for matriculation was incredibly insightful. Jamie and I drove up together from Richmond, and you really can't replace being here, whether it's a football weekend or any of the other special events on the Institute calendar. You just by being here and walking around, you end up talking to a lot of people, and people are not afraid to talk to members of the board, and you learn stuff. And so I just encourage you to come up. And if you don't have any other plans, my 51st birthday is Saturday, November 2nd, when we are going to be firming in football. And I will invite you to my birthday tailgate. All right. Any other business before we move into closed session?
John, in addition to happy birthday in advance, on the topic of visiting, don't forget the inclusive excellence training sessions that the calendar's been distributed to board members. I've found it helpful in the past to attend, and I'm going to try to make one soon. There's nothing like seeing that training firsthand to understand it, to be able to communicate with others that ask about it.
That's a great point, Ken. Anybody else have anything?
I'd like to, I'd like to commend the band. Last night, those guys did an outstanding job, and they deserve all the kudos that we can give to them. I almost wanted to get up and I mean, they were very impressive, and I was proud of them.
Yeah, that's many people commented about that last night. So, all right, I think we should. How do we? Traditionally, we move into closed session and then take a break, or do we take a break and then how do you want to do that?
Let's move into closed session and take a break, so if everybody could just keep the chatter so the people online can hear the motion.
All right, so yeah, please, for folks who are leaving, if you could try and keep it down so everybody can hear. At this time, 10:26 a.m., I entertain a motion that the board go into a closed meeting to discuss. One, matters related to the employment, assignment, appointment, or performance of specific public officers, appointees, or employees of the public body. And evaluation of performance of departments or schools or public institutions of higher education pursuant to Virginia Code 2.23711A1 relating to the evaluation of the superintendent's performance and or discussion of individual personnel matters.
So moved.
Second, disciplinary and other matters that would involve disclosure of information contained in the scholastic records of specific events pursuant to Virginia Code 2.23711A2 relating to discipline, sexual assault, and honor court cases. Three, consultation with legal counsel regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel pursuant to Virginia Code 2.23711A7 pertaining to actual or probable litigation of the institute. And fourth, consultation with legal counsel regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.23711A8.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
I was trying to hide. Please.
Okay, I'm when we open and close.
Don't worry, I never got it.
Sorry. Good. All right, closed session is ended and the board is now in open session. It is now 14:19. During its closed meeting, the board discussed only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and only those public business matters identified in the motion convening the board in closed session. I ask for a motion to certify the closed meeting.
Second.
All right, and now we have to do a roll call vote.
Mr. Edgar. Mr. Elliott.
Yes.
Mr. Fain.
Yes.
Mr. Foster.
Yes.
Mr. Garcia.
Aye.
Mr. Gottwald.
Aye.
Mr. Inman.
Yes.
Mr. Janice. Mr. Joustra.
Yes.
Mr. McKnight.
Yes.
Mobbs. Ms. Phillips.
Yes.
Ms. Top.
Yes.
Mr. Watson.
Yes.
Mr. Williams.
Yes.
And Mr. Adams.
Aye. All right.
So we'll, for those who aren't here, we'll get them to certify.
Great.
Afterward.
All right, we don't have any other business to conduct. And so I will take a motion, wrapping up our meeting. Do I hear again? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you all very much.
Yeah,
Safe travels.